Alright, so this was intended to be my stream on Friday or Saturday of last week, but the weather turned really sour, and on Tuesday, or not Tuesday, on Friday in particular, for whatever reason, my TV kept flickering on and off, and I'm guessing that was a possible continuous set of power surges that were continuously happening. It was weird that it's happening to my TV and not anything else, but at least now we can be able to say that we are ready to forge onward because there's still a story to be told, and hopefully we will not continue to get cock-blocked like we were in the previous stream. So, with a little luck, we might be able to do just that, and we're going to be doing whatever we can to enjoy ourselves before tomorrow when the end game of Endwalker gets underway. So, greetings people of the world, Matthias back with you for the continuation of Let's Play Genshin Impact live here on Twitch. So, before we get started, I will give you guys the rundown on what's been going on since last stream. I did have Florian switch over to Electro for the because I've started doing bounties again and requests, and have been building up my ranks in the various cities of the game. So because of that, I had to switch Florian over to Electro for a while, so he's on that. Meanwhile, Layla is now up to level 89. Noelle's still at 88. But in the meantime, I'm also leveling up Navia. Now I have her at level 60, but I need to get her now the spare clockwork component from the fancy ice skating duets. That is here in front of or near the Opera Epiclese. There is also some story to be told still. There's still a lot of story to be told still. So we're gonna head on over this way. And then we will partake in the dancing. So yeah, so far it's actually been going quite well for me doing it solo. Yeah, it'd be great to team up with the audience, of course, but we'll see how this all unfolds. So, we are ready, and we are doing the Nemesis. And we gotta focus on the Nemesis to give Navia her opportunities. And so, let the dance begin.
Yeah!
The night is cold.
Where do you think you two are going? Where do you think you two are going?
See?
I gotta use how to try and carve these strips as much as I can.
Cross over.
Lightning flash!
And Wu Tao already got a lot out of that.
Steady as stone.
There you go. Yeah, it kind of seems weird that they're just walking around until they actually start attacking, and then they go nuts. Also, the shield on
I missed a spot.
really
As a good night should.
substantial. Oh,
First you don't succeed.
Lightning flash!
yeah, Wu Tao really helps to pierce the shield.
Thunderclap!
My guiding stars.
Yeah, they get it up so fast.
I must leave no stone unturned.
This up.
Stars, shine for me.
Yeah!
Alright, Wu Tao go. That way, that way.
Higher, higher, hands on fire. Not now.
Yeah, Wu Tao not hesitating with being funny while still doing the damage. And he does that very well.
assistance.
Yeah!
Yeah, Overload helps so much here in this fight.
Lightning flash!
The night is cold. Yeah!
I got it. Should run right back up.
See? Ay-ya-ya.
I hate when my stamina's already burned out like that. Yeah, I kind of do it to myself the way that I'm always on offense.
Not now. Ah! Leave it all to me.
Go. I'm gonna give myself some health back.
Take this!
Again. Wow, got stamina. Wow, they really burn through stamina like no business. What if this is like a challenge fight?
Don't be scared. I must leave no stone unturned.
Well, fighting your way through.
Lightning flash!
I need to give myself an opportunity to regain my stamina.
This isn't good.
I need to pierce there now.
Take this!
I'll catch up. Leave it all to me.
Yeah, one thing for sure, they have their routine worked out very well.
Time to clean up.
Lightning flash! Following thunder!
This. Oh, that's that. There we go. Got myself 2 more spare clockworks, but I need 5 more in order to get what I need. Alright, that takes care of that. So let's go refuel. So let's go ahead and go back to the main story. Back to this part of it. So we're going to here. So, and it looks like I'll have to go there manually. Yeah, what would be the fastest way to get there? Because, yeah, that one waypoint is on the ground. Alright. A few plants along the way. But yeah, I hope that all of you weathered the storm well. And you're safe wherever you may be. Flowers. Why not? Yeah, I never know when I may actually need to use them. let's drop in.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
And dusty, and it seems like they're sucking stuff in?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Place of Secrets. Recommended party level 82, which I easily meet. The tweet and intelligence indicates that this place may to host therefore unknown clues. And if the picture is any indication, this is going to be a backdoor to the arc that Wriothesley was been working on. Oh, what is going to happen when this converges? Oh, brace yourself, this is going to get crazy. Fly on over. Forge onward. Okay, who are you and why you're... Okay, so it's obviously we got a set of pillar skills to start off with, and the guy in the middle is obviously their leader.
Cross over!
Take this! Yeah! Yeah!
Steady as stone.
That's where you get low.
The night is cold.
Yeah!
You think you're gonna stop me with that? No way.
Yeah!
Yeah, you just got thrown out of the ring, buddy.
Thunderclap! Yeah!
Let's get back a little.
Leave it all to me.
Yeah.
Take this!
Almost.
Yeah!
Stars, shine for me.
I was about to say, not quite there yet, but now it is. Alright, onward. So we gotta go underground deeper!
Oh, here isn't safe.
Yeah, thanks there, Paimon. Good thing I hit the parachute, as it were. Next.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Only this we can cross. Well, what about Navia? Hey there, Elizabeth. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell
Yeah, it's
in.
not safe for you here, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Yeah, what do we do?
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're
Ouch.
useless. It's just that...
Safety
No,
first.
you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this
Yeah,
to
from the
you.
looks of things here. Yeah, maybe there's no way back. Yeah. Oh, who's following us? Oh, unless it's the knave and
That
friends.
complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right.
All right. Come with us for now, then, but please be careful.
Yeah, I mean, we got you up to level 60 there, Navia. The last thing we need to do is lose you, too.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
But yeah. Oh, jeez, no! Yeah, one and done if you touch. Am I overcomplicating this? Can I just climb from up here? No, it won't even let me climb up it. It'll let me climb up this, though. But yeah, Elizabeth, how have you been? Have you been fortunate to avoid dealing with any stormy weather down in Georgia? So we got past that. Now we gotta go through here. I always seems to be so enthusiastic to climb something before I extract from an investigation spot. Just keep following the icons and you'll get to where you need to go. Yeah, it's freezing a lot of places. Oh, I wasn't supposed to go down there? Okay, I was supposed to go over here? Yeah, that's weird. I was just walking forward. Shouldn't be any problem with just having to look around. Oh.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run!
Come on! Yeah, I gotta do it over, don't I? Okay, they allowed me to be far enough. But you three better run. Well, one of you can fly, but two of you need to run. Oh, Navia! Oh, Navia!
Navia!
We can't let you dissolve! Uh-oh. Let's hope that water was pure. Or maybe they're forcing me to do it again. Yeah, I might not have been fast enough, so they're gonna force me to do it again. Is that how it's gonna be? Well, Navia's alive, so the water was pure.
Demoiselle.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Are you dreaming?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Hi there, Maloose.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Are we reliving her last moments with Maloose and Silver?
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Same.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Balloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Why do I get the feeling that the flowers may have had something to do with what happened?
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off
I
here.
agree.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you
Oh,
forget?
yes, you did.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Trial. Also, hey there, Luna. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera
Yeah,
House?
what crime has she committed?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
You know, look how everything's getting wavy and distorted.
Oh? All right then.
Is she being held accountable for her father's crime? Because I could see that happening. And don't say it wouldn't happen, because it absolutely would.
Look, it's Navia. She's
Hi
here.
there, everyone.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
And so,
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
I'm sure you do. So yeah, where are Farina and where is,
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
oh, is this where they are... Is this where the dissolution of the primordial water has taken them?
And as for the judge,
Yeah, where is Nouvellette?
where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany
Is
you.
Farina the only one overseeing this?
All right, but are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Alright.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
And you're the
Seriously.
accuser?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Yeah, probably a distorted version.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
They're probably gonna say I had an ulterior motive.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Is this where we break out?
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Where's this all going?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Silver?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial
A
is...
sham.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Yeah. Your definition of guilty is very distorted.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Have you heard of facts?
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Did this have to do with ever going to live in Mondstadt?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Well, I guess Siam, they're people of court that are now turning into zombies.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It
Is
hurts.
there a way to break you out of this?
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of
They're
me.
not the stars that are part of your eyes?
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Which means you are too.
don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd!
Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Yes.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist.
Because it's futile.
This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
And what's flashing, and what are you turning into, Joinville?
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Yeah, you're getting creepy now. You've shown your true colors.
What are you saying?
Yeah, look at the monster that's become in front of you.
No more excuses!
Because they're everywhere.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Yeah, they're all losing it.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Thank you, Nouvellette. Yeah, back them off. All of them. Get in your seat.
Monsieur
Yeah,
Neuvillette!
save me from this insanity.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now,
You got to
demoiselle.
be saved.
This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Yeah, your dream is
Malus.
over.
Silver.
Yeah, because they're also part of those crazed monsters.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
And thus in a brilliant flash of lights.
Farewell.
So yeah, let's hope that that water that Navia fell into was indeed pure.
No, wait! Just a second!
Yeah, you landed on terra firma. You're fine.
Navia?
You're awake.
Oh,
Good.
And you've yeah, no wonder you were able to break through the spell.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a
I
hug.
think we would all want to give her a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but
Save the day.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Yeah, which means
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
you got a Nouvellette. And I imagine we'll eventually run into the Naven friends.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how you did the rescue, but...
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Sure.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Yeah, Sijuin sends her regards from the previous
Ah, Sijuin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijuin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijuin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, good thing she did.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Hope Navi can get back on her feet, yeah. Alright.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Onward.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Alright, so now that we've had all that happen...
Lightning flash!
Steady as stone.
That dash going there, who's out?
Take this!
Time to go!
Really got like close enough. This
I must leave no stone unturned. As a dutiful maid would.
Alright, keep cutting through. Come on, man. We want to hit that overload. Whatever he said. Next, going left, heading upstairs.
Go!
So it seems like we went down to the bottom of the building, and now...
Unstable path. Watch your step.
Yeah, do we really need scene a la National Treasure? Yeah, back to the town, let go. Yeah, this is turning into National Treasure. Real pillar trolls.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
They're gonna be swinging from the fences as I knew they would be. Right next.
Leave it all to me.
We avoid the demon.
Not now. Cole, mine to command.
Take this!
Cross over!
Oh. Wow, what a triple play by Hu Tao! Clip that one. That was epic. now we gotta go back to National Treasure mode.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Keep going. Fall off. Open the door. What awaits us next? More Hilichurls and a big machine.
Yeah.
Oh, we already goes.
Following thunder!
Already has electro.
Take this!
Overload.
Time to go!
Oh, bring on Noel.
I missed a spot.
Popped 2 times.
Lightning flash!
Oh, I got what I needed.
My guiding stars!
Right into it.
Take this!
Come on, yeah, now there's some slime.
Quit it! I must leave no stone unturned.
You go swinging yourself. And I
missed
have
a
no
spot.
safety here. I have literally no safety as my bleed away. And well, I really need to refuel badly.
Lightning flash!
Does anyone survive this at level 83?
Cross over! Stars, shine for me.
Thunderclap!
Leave it
Need
up to me.
help, need help, need help, need help.
The night is cold.
You gotta go now, you gotta go now, you gotta go now!
Time to go.
You're gone!
Take this!
Oh! Okay, I don't have to use this
Lightning flash!
Yeah, I know that these are main stories done so
Not
well.
now.
You gotta prove your loyalty, you gotta test your mettle. Go down. Alright, you're down. Alright, what's in here? And why should I be worried? So it's lowering something to me? At the very least... No. No, I need my party to refuel with food. Here we go. Take me over. And don't get out until you're safely on the other side. There we go. Now what's in this chamber? Investigate the space ahead.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Yeah, seems to be something on the wall. Oh, is it the moment of...
Stone slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Yeah, is this the Katana Ravel?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Yeah, who has it out for them?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Yeah, it's not quite the palace in Liyue, is it?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Lady Farina all by herself.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
So what do we do? Draw some energy out from the wall. Yeah, we haven't seen Lady Farina in a while.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these
So
slates.
am I.
This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So the issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Oh, and what about image number 2? What sin are the people in the images confessing to? Yeah.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Yeah, it's such a very dramatic contrast between Egeria, who seems very humble and graceful and dresses herself in a robe, while Lady Farina couldn't be more ready to dress in a very pompous manner.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Do you know?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Alright then. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. And so, challenge completed. Oh, there's a treasure chest over here? There is. So having made it all this way, we get all these things, and we can go. Oh, Paimon. You certainly are the best travel companion ever. So now that we figured that out, obviously we gotta get back to Farina, but I worry what's happening to her right now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
You're welcome.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
Agreed.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
You got it.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Yeah, you would have to.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition. All right, I'll be on my way then.
All right. They both depart and you, Paimon, head to the Spina di Rosula base at Fleuve Cendre. So in the meantime...
We're finally back!
Alright.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yeah, music to Paimon's ears.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best!
Yeah, you did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
Of course they are.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Oh, hello there.
Huh?
Yeah, do we know you?
It's
Mona. Oh, and now we get actual descriptions of the characters who are introducing themselves for the first time. As her full name, Mona Magistus the Astrologist, is far too long, she permits those to go under to call her Mona. Her hydromancy is masterful and accurate, but people are often unwilling to accept the cruel truths presented to them through astrology. At the same time, astrological tools and resources are necessary and regular expenses for a brilliant astrologist such as her, but they are not cheap by any means. Due to this and her lack of financial management skills, she lives a frugal life and can barely make ends meet. However, in her own words, Mona has simply chosen this simple life to penetrate the truths of this world. For how could the great astrologist Mona be shackled by poverty? So yeah, hello?
Mona?
Yeah, hi there. Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
You sold all the way over here?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Yeah. What does it mean then?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
So you're the great Mona then.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Yeah. And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
That's quite a name.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
You got it.
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
I guess to maintain superiority?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Triple strength traveler or triple appetite paimon?
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
That's fortunate.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine,
Oh, yes,
right?
absolutely.
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
So you've heard about that.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Well, they are.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Yeah, it kind of would be, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
I'm sure they do.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Yeah. We need to ascertain the accuracy of this prophecy right now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Jeez, do we really need to see the heaving animated that much?
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two
Thank you,
again.
Mona.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
We were making a ruckus.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about all this. So, let's make our way back up to the surface. Alright, let's enter the Palais Mermonia and find out what Monsieur Neuvillette has to tell us. Yeah, we got up really early because it's still before dawn. Yeah, I wouldn't blame Neuvillette for burning the candle at both ends. So as we prepare to go in...
You're here! Finally!
I don't like that sound in your voice.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
To be honest, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. Is this what we've been waiting for?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Yeah, have a look.
You mean they're all...
Yep.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
Unless you really want the prophecy to come true.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Why is your image on it?
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
I mean, she has to at least know something about her predecessor.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Yes.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Yeah, he can read her like a book.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Gonna claim that he's a stalker now?
You...
Yeah, that's going too far.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Well, would you tell us now?
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Oh, I imagine we will be. Maybe when it's too late.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
And away she goes. And why are we noticing this in slow motion?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She's deliberately hiding something. But let's find out what it is.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Questions alone might not suffice. Maybe you need to show her proof? And make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Exactly.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Put her on trial.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Yeah, she is pretty good at this.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
So what do we do?
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
So who are we rallying? Who will lend us their
But who will
aid
lend
to do
us
such a
their
thing?
aid to do such a thing?
That's his line. Yeah, obviously we need Navia. A few days later on a boat somewhere in Poisson. So yeah, we would need Navia, we would need the Knave, we would need Lenny and friends. Who else could we get? Yeah, it could be any number of people we need. We'll let that play out once the cutscene actually loads.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Oh, wait a minute. Where were we hiding?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Hi there, Lynette. Yeah, I was right.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Yeah. Hey there, Fremine. Finally recovered from your ordeal?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Well, you might be needed whether you want it or not.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Oh, and Nuvalet's here
I
too.
fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Yes, you are.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Also, hi, Clarin.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Yeah, I thought that might pique your interest.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
He's glad that you consider him your boss. Meanwhile, over here...
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not really.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
And what was that?
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Oh, jeez.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yeah, I imagine you would have to.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Probably not to that extent.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yeah, does that mean we need to build ourselves a mechanical Lady Farina?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Yes, we are.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
So what do we do?
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Clint's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. So, go back to Spina di Rosula's base, which is 3/4 of a kilometer away over here. Yeah, this is getting rather crazy. As if it wasn't already. Let's float on down and see what's gonna happen.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings made me hungry. Yeah, perfect words to make Paimon happy.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Oh, what happened? Oh, someone's doing it.
Then what's
Is
that?
it Lenny?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who goes there?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo.
Oh, is this the rival in the Fatui that we're gonna have to confront here in Fontaine?
And yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Yeah. Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple, so this is one for the friends of Mona's master?
Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself.
So, and like as in Nier from Death Note?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future,
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Yeah, we gotta think about this.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well, even though I can still see it.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
I imagine that Nier will sneak up onto Farina's trial then.
The voice. It's gone.
Well, she said what she needed to say. Mei-Jin, is this the clue that you're leaving for us? The fancy teacup? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more delicious, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Yeah, hey there. How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
And what did she say?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Oh, Charlotte?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Oh, that's putting it mildly.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes
Yeah,
up.
someone already came over, actually.
Huh?
Maybe someone you know. So let's tell her about the mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you
Yeah, I
serious?
believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Wait a minute, so N is actually a ghost?
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Well, hopefully we'll find out sooner rather than later. True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon? Are you two alright?
We're just pondering.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Exactly.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No, it's okay. Thanks for the advice, Mona.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
And so now that she's spoken her piece.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Yeah.
Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Alright, let's do it.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Starting with the newsstand, huh? Alright, well, first of all, let's go outside. And then we'll go from there. And away we go. On a peaceful night in Fontaine. Although, how many more of them will they actually get to enjoy?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Yeah, we're famous because we have gained a reputation for ourselves.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
It's true.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
I guess that's how it usually works.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
I guess.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Alright, so continue moving forward. So we're heading up the stairs then. And where are we going to next?
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something
Of course,
to eat?
somewhere that food is consumed. Yeah, a restaurant or a cafe or a bar or something else to that extent. They obviously don't have food trucks here. Yeah, let's see how this continues on. And have a look around, see all the patrons enjoying themselves.
Hey, quick! Look!
Oh, what do you see?
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It doesn't already sold out for the day?
was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah, we can't let anyone get ahead of us, especially Lady Farina.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
She sure can.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Well, we all do have routines.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, we're throwing out hypotheticals here.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
And we just give each other a stare.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Does she now? Also, given that you're a member of the Guard, Sadine, wouldn't that you already have enough opportunities to interact with people?
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And so, thank you very much.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Oh, yeah. You sure glance at Paimon and snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Yeah. Or anywhere for that matter. Oh, I was about to say, that's not the exit? Alright. Yeah, I think you've mentioned that you've been playing Black Desert there, Luna. What? Sorry. My throat's having a hard time hanging in here tonight.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Yeah, let's see what her latest scoop is going to be. Yeah, I knew we'd eventually come here.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
We certainly did.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Yeah, exactly. Also, as I just did some random quests off stream and found that, got my hands on that object that you see glowing before you, the blue spinning object. It's supposed to capture stuff for us, but you have to give it a few days for it to be able to complete what it's doing.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
More?
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Actually, we were.
A A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Well, here's what she said.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Oh, yeah, at that point.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah. We're questioning your authenticity, apparently.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Sure.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props. And... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
That doesn't sound like an interview.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
I think she's too fast.
And what's that?
No, not yet.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
Or the day after tomorrow.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
Make sure that the word spreads as fast as it can.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
All right.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
All right. The sea it is. So we gotta do a loading screen.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking...
About what?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I guess we'd try and find the highest ground we could.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Well, obviously be reunited with his sister. If I could choose. It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rizzula safe house at the Fleuve Cendre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. When do we get to the point where we're saying, alright, Lady Farina, we're bringing down the hammer?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Hello there, Miss Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of
Oh,
Mirapede.
you're under the impression we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Yeah, what happened?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What incident?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
In what way?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Have we been planting too many seeds?
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
I guess this is where Lenia's and crew have done their thing?
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So true.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
I imagine she would.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Yeah, and if she's well and truly hiding, who knows where she's gone?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Well, even so, she's still made of flesh and bone, and she can, even this, though you can get her into your party, she still takes damage like any other party member.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
The traps are being set.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
But do we know her usual hiding places?
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Oh, you think so?
Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Yeah. And it looks like those detective novels had an effect on you, and becoming a detective has done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
We're going for the kill. Alright. Find Farina in Poisson. So we gotta go down here. We gotta go to the scene of the crime. And then, when we do...
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Yeah. Don't fall through the broken bridge, whatever you do. Yeah, and here she is. Busted!
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
What do you mean by that?
What was happened did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
Can the Hydro Archon be broken so easily?
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Yeah, I guess we're tipping our hat ourselves now. We're tipping our hand now.
Who's that?
Hi.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Yeah, proving that gods do have emotions.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Are you sure that the tears are not literally in your eyes?
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Except right here.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Yeah. Can you take the facade off?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Yeah, you've been chased this whole time.
Quick, after her!
How well do you swim, Lady Farina?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
No kidding.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Nope.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
And so...
Farina just ran off!
So who knows where?
Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Let the chase begin. You can't get away from us so easily. I have fast travel abilities. I don't know if they have them, but we'll see how this goes. Of course, I do have a limited amount of stamina. It is finite. Oh, he went behind a corner. Yeah, Farina, we're still chasing you.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Is this where we catch her? So we open the door and we go inside, and then once the cutscene comes to an end, eventually, because these things take so long to load. Come on. Oh, that's it.
Paimon's exhausted.
Oh, come on.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No! I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yeah, this place is not what I call soundproof.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't be in here.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Yeah, has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Is that bad?
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But tell me you haven't given up.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That old hope would disappear too, yeah.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Please do.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Well, maybe not.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
It won't be so trivial once this starts happening.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square line like this. I have to get more information out of her. Say, yeah, you don't have to burden this alone, or shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what might be keeping you from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you, yeah.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Yeah, even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Where are you going with this?
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no life left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. And so... Come on. Uh-oh. Before she can. Oh, the place is literally falling apart. Or... Lenny used his magic to move the container over to the court at the Opera of Clay. What? Yeah, thanks, Lenny. But then why did you swap in its place?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Wow.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I guess so.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Yeah, and I don't think Clorinde is gonna show mercy.
You would draw your blade against a god?
She is pointing it at you right now.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Ready to defend yourself, Lady Farina? Also, she wears 2 different colors of gloves.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Yeah, she's just that frail.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of
You'll
this?
get your answers soon enough.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Alright then.
I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
Why are you whispering it to yourself instead of just coming out and saying it?
Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the Opera Epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Now we're making history.
Yeah, always going over the top.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Yeah.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I hope so.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
I guess it's me.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and she still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. Do I at least get a breather before we begin? The answer is no.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Actually, I didn't even need to do all that much. Lenny's the one who warped us over here.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
They wanted revenge.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
Right.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
To put it mildly.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
I guess.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Sure.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
Well, she does seem pretty cold-hearted, lifeless, and devoid of any emotion to do something like that.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
More or less, I guess.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secrets with us.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Sorry, Farina.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
I agree. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. So I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina say to me right before we arrived on stage? Or wanted to...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Oh, information from Spina di Rosula?
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey,
Yeah, there she is.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh, wow.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Well, Charlotte, you are actually practical to use. It is a super practical gift.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Yeah.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Alright. So that's everything we've got.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Alright. I guess we're going into overtime tonight.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true.
Hi.
But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Yeah, so you can speak for yourself once in a while.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Ooh.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Well, why else would she act this way?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
I can absolutely see the knave showing up.
Charge accepted.
Oh my god.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Obviously not.
Lady Farina.
We need an answer now.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Well, I guess that is what we're doing.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Well, the fact that all of you are acknowledging her faults does help.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yes.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
How about no?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Well, we do know some people who have ways of prolonging their lives. Gotta think carefully. What do we know to be so special about Farina exactly? It's the most reasonable evidence. Yeah, the meeting with the knave. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Farina on her own, and believes it's possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but that she's actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
I guess we would. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So, Farina.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Yeah, tip those skills back.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
The fact that if I could get you in my roster, you'd take damage like anyone else.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
So wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all, yeah. In other words, Child's conviction. Though Neuvillette believed Child to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end, and Farina didn't know why.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Oh, we'll get one out of you yet.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That's his job, he's supposed to do that.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Are you sure about that?
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Yeah. Could you give us a demonstration of your power?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
You're just not even gonna bother?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless, or surely a Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision? Come on.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, the doubt is creeping in.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
No, I think they're starting to get tired of him.
Hey, come now, everyone! Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar!
Oh, you've been doing that pretty well for a long time.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved! Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me!
Yeah, she is desperate.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh,
enough!
Geez.
That's enough!
Oh, it's far from enough there, Lady Farina.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The one who came before you.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
It's just not in her DNA. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try and prove that she's just a human. If she's only human, yeah, maybe we can throw some primordial seawater on her. Is it this? Because yeah, we're not getting anything from that.
All Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Yeah.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Okay, so I did call right.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
Yeah, Clorinde will hold you to that.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh, it's right there on the stage. Yeah, I had to be the one to bring it over.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Or what if she's not even Fontanian? I guess she touches the water, nothing happens, and she says, yes, I actually am the Hydro Archon, but she's not actually from Fontaine, is she?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Oh, she will.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
She is so scared of this. One way or another.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Yep, she put her hand in.
What?
Yeah, she's not actually Fontanian, is she?
Hey!
And...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you're present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Oh.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Hi there again, Siegewien. Welcome to the surface, by the way.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
I think she's judging on your reaction.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
What?
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur...
Okay, that I was not expecting.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
Yeah, you've been tricked more often than not. what's really going on here? Farina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than save her own life. But she hadn't given up. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I don't know. Yeah, look at all the glances they're giving her.
Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
We already got her now. Everyone is turned against you. You are a fish caught on a hook, and you can't escape.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
Oh, I think she'll find a way still.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
And so... Oh geez, what's happening?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
Yeah, she's hearing the murmurs of their anger towards her. Is she gonna break? Is she gonna snap? She has tears in her eyes for real. She's in the darkness.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
Come out and say it.
Guilty.
Sorry. There will be no confetti falling to celebrate your victory, because there isn't one.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
But they'll still find it's... We'll still find it's... I'm not guilty.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
So, you have a death sentence? I mean, I know you have duels to the death here, but you just have straight up death sentences too?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Well, I guess when you built up a facade for that long of amount of time, I guess life imprisonment is not good enough because she would still just keep living forever.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Aura Tree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
So many things we don't know the answer to.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Remine, what are you about to do?
Is the trial still going?
You just missed it.
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some other help for the other two, Fremine brings a stone slate onto the stage. The last one!
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Yeah. I guess that explains what the Fatui have been up to, among other things.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Well, I guess we know all about it now.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Maybe not.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Do what you gotta do.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Alright.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
No, what are we gazing at? The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power or turning Oceanids into human beings? I think I know what this is. The Oceanids are the true form of the people of Fontaine, right? If I'm reading option number 2 correctly, that is what's going on. That the true form of the people of Fontaine are the Oceanids, and the primordial seawater turns them back into their original form as opposed to dissolving them, right?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Also, hi Baba, welcome to the stream, glad to have you with us.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
The association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Right. Select or check the descriptions on the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find the scenarios related to the stone slates contents of the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said contents. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level will rise in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. And so,
the first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate Slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
And so... yeah. Alright, so... the evidence that verifies prophecy slate number 1 is... Stone Slate of the Rune is showing this of a history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing was found by Femine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. So yeah, it turns out the Fontanians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay, so, Prophecy Slate 2. The stone slate in the ruin showing the prophecy describes the history of the future. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. So, how does this... yeah. Though Nuvalet believed Child to be innocent, the Ortrees judged him guilty in the end, and even Furina didn't know why.
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Well, that could have been it, though. Entrance to the primordial sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone. It is only pushed back by Nuvalet's power. When the exploring the ruin near the Poisson began to collapse and never fell into primordial seawater, only the protection of the dead members of Spino Azula prevented her from dissolving. And communicated with you by connecting with your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will happen, but you needn't give up all hope. After the court... yeah. Is it this?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death. A sentence never passed before in the Court of Judgment has been handed down to the Hydro Archon. Just what kind of sin merits such a verdict? The stone slates in the ruins, and this shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. So... let's see. Was it this moment?
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Nothing further that way. It's not this, is it? Oh, it is.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Kind of jumped the gun there. While exploring the ruin, Navia fell into the water containing primordial seawater, and yet lived. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontanians will eventually be dissolved in the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. So, I'm pretty sure this is it? Yeah.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropede was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Very badly. Alright, so we completed the circle.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Hold on. Is Navia the actual Hydro Archon even though she's a Geo? Because she did survive that ordeal, and not only that, her falling in looked similar to the image on the slate. I know what I'm saying is probably not likely, but I've seen crazier things happen in this game.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
I hope you're right about that. There, Paimon. But there's only one way to know for certain. So once we come out of cutscene...
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations!
As if these weren't shocking enough.
Let's hear them.
The first they reveal is that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible! Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
So the second state reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids. Whoa.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
No kidding. Yeah, absolutely. So, as for the third slate...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Yeah. The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
I think so. Oh, yeah, because we're nodding.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
And now you have all 4.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
And so... yeah, use your spells, use your skills.
Well? Did you get
Let's find out.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Whenever you're ready.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
And there they all are.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
So did the original Hydro Archon make a deal with the Fatui to make it a reality?
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
It certainly does.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Exclamation mark.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. No matter what, he will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
I think it's only a matter of time.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Go on.
About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Actually, I thought it was going to come further down the line.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Yep.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Yeah. Wait, could it be... we gotta go to a separate visual. Just what is the true source of the catastrophe?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
And so, yeah, the intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Mirapede. The prophesized disaster will likely spread from here. Because... Oh, okay. Is it this?
It was both dream and reality.
So we swap that out, and then...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
And the glass shatters. But that's not all. Run for your lives. The final boss is here. He's gonna single-handedly bring this place down. And I think even New Bullet will be hard to press to hold this thing back. Uh-oh. There are a lot of victims about to be claimed. Until... Yeah. We actually got some assistance from the Fatui again. Yeah. Ronon's doing it quickly. Back from whence you came. Yeah, hi there. Oh, he falls right back in. I guess they'll have to continue their fight back in the vortex. Oh, that was... Okay, that was Child? Alright.
How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yeah, it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
To just go all out.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Yeah, it's basically Jaws.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Not at all.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
I guess so.
It is too late.
You don't think we can stop it?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive, and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
And neither will I.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
Especially in the opera epic class.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
So now... Oh. What happens next?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything had still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. But the world refused to change. But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Yeah, I got something to say! Did I miss something? Well, I guess I don't have something to say yet. I forgot about Farina. What is it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? Is she still with us right now? What is her real secret? Meanwhile, stuff is still happening. Yeah, the Oratrice is out of control.
Oh, what's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
And a completely...
Farina!
Yeah, completely disillusioned Lady Farina has absolutely no idea what's going on.
No, I still need answers.
Yeah, I'm showing off my high jump and I'm gonna try and save you. If I can. Oh, we're going into a void. They're going into the light. Everything is floating. And a giant sword is in the middle of the stage and someone is standing underneath it. So all that happened. And now is the true Hydro Archon really here?
You.
Yeah, that's not Farina per se.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Also, the fact that she's named as Farina question mark also makes things more complicated.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Tell us who you are!
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive
For
us?
so damn long.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
In other words, yeah, OG Hydro Archon. Right?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the
Okay.
uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
So, I'm trying to figure this out. If this is the actual Farina, aka Focalor, then what's going on with the Farina that we know? Like, are they actually two different people, or are they indeed one and the same?
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
But why have you pretend to be such a completely aloof idiot?
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
No kidding.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
And then made an Archon? Well, Egeria has bad taste in picking a replacement.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Not exactly the smartest idea ever.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
No kidding.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Are you sure about that?
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Yeah, so nonchalantly. So then I cursed her.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
You're really messed up, you know that?
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
Well, yeah, but...
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Do you really?
It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Which has now faded to black, quite literally. Yeah, this insanity has been going on for over an hour. It could literally be its own movie. I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Oh no. Farina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. If only. I came here for answers. So many answers that it's getting drawn out by more than 3 hours and likely go to 3.5 or even 4 at this rate. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Because I don't think we're going to be allowed to end the stream until we do this. Do I just pull myself up on stage? No. No, of course not. Are there stairs I can climb? Thank you. Hey you, we need to talk. Badly.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Well, at least you haven't lost any of that enthusiasm of yours.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Where's the audience?
Oh, do not jest.
Just let the stage lights drop, please, for like 1 second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What, sort of as though she must have had that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense. I have to find a way. So back over to the fancy wheel. Turn off all the spotlights. Will do.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
So, yeah, every time I turn on a light, I have to fight something, and obviously what I do fight becomes stronger.
Steady as stone.
At least you're not putting up much of a fight yet.
Lightning flash!
The night is cold.
Oh, now you're starting to do something. Oh, it's just like below. There we go.
Draw it over. Leave it all to me.
Load up again. Oh, wow. I can't believe I dodged all that. Yeah. Curse you when your blade kicks. Oh! Yeah, that time that did connect.
Lightning flash!
Oh, we're done. Let's hit the one on the right first.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Yeah, keep calling. Keep calling, no one's listening.
Take this!
My guiding stars!
Come right through.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Give myself a little HP back.
Yeah!
Ooh, overload. Oh, speaking of overload.
Time to go!
That didn't do as much damage as I was hoping.
Not now.
Following thunder!
I was about to say, where did you go?
See?
We're out. Got it. Yeah, now the one that's actually staring in your face. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? Yeah, is it a golden ticket? It is a golden ticket! Yeah, I get to go to the Wonka Chocolate Factory! But instead a new light opens up. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1, before a mirror, Furina. Yeah, we're doing this like an old school film, in black and white. And now I'm playing her. Yeah, we're quite literally playing Furina. So we have to obviously walk forward towards the mirror. Even I wouldn't set my expectations that high, Bubba.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Yeah, I'm you, and you are me.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Sure.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That's right.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
Maybe too well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Yeah, conditions.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
As in, you'll actually give your powers to Farina?
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
Or are we actually reliving her origin?
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Eternity.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Little did she know. Yeah, little did she know. Scene 2 accession speech. How many of these scenes are there? Now, have a seat on the throne. Do your best King Charles impression. So yeah, have a seat and show the world who you are, what everyone wants you to be. Also, I have to step around. I can't just pull myself up. Yeah, that would be unbecoming of a god.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage. Summon courage!
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Ernest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
And close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
And then the ball got rolling.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person?
I guess we gotta dig deeper.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Yeah, she did say that.
Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
And so...
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
Oh, and then she started acting like that. Okay.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Eureka moment.
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Turn those lights out.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid
Then
sin.
turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this
He
world!
certainly did. Listen to how happy this fake audience is. Oh yeah! Volume 3. Come on. How many scenes are there in total? Elizabeth or Luna, if you're still watching, how many more scenes are there?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
And then she has to go over here. Jeez, we really gotta run her all over the place.
Lady Farina.
Yeah, I don't blame
I
you,
don't know what to
Elizabeth.
say.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Ah, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Yeah, you're welcome. And now where does she have to walk to? She has to go over to this side. And that's where she sleeps. So over here to basically the drawers.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
No, they don't.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Keep trying.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
So yeah, after a busy day, off to bed she goes.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. there are no longer any voices of suspicion.
But eventually they would return.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Where more of the same would occur. On to scene 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Obviously not. But over your shoulder.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
And then over here.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
And back to bed.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest frustration for her, was that she was under orders from Focalor to keep going with this, but even she had her own limits being tested for so long.
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
And so, on to Act 5, or Scene 5 or whatever. And now we see her running herself ragged. And of course, technology started to evolve during this time as well. They got typewriters, they got floodlights. Oh, grand finale? 180. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
I'm not surprised that it would say 182,375. Hold on. I actually need to get a calculator legit. 365 times 500. Yeah, so, yeah, we're basically fast forwarded to present day now.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
No, she doesn't.
My lady?
Yeah, understandably at this point, she's now very preoccupied.
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Yeah, she's broken.
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Yeah, she tries to smile to make them look like tears of joy, but they're anything but. And
so interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
How much indeed?
Hundreds of years must have passed by now.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
And yet it has. That kind of weight of expectation on you.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Well, even if she did. And then, present day. Farina and someone else.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Yeah, now this is present day.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Right, that's my voice. In this scene from when we were in that giant magic box, it is! This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Also, I just noticed this now that I did notice earlier on that Farina's hair was a lot shorter. But yeah, obviously over 500 years, her hair has gotten a lot longer.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Then the lights go out.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Not yet.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Which brings us back over to here. Wherein?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
And that's when we realized, looking right in those eyes of hers.
Fine.
He's like, yeah, I've had enough. Let's just do this. Let's blow the lid on her.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Thank you for finally even bringing us back to this.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Better to do so.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And so, yeah, you basically had to take cover so that the Fatui wouldn't get it.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
So that's why you're standing under the sword right now, huh? The sword of Damocles hovers over your head.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, she's ready to end it now.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered?
Well...
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
So what was the rest coming from?
The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
As in the OG?
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Yeah, I think we all figured it out.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Yeah, in other words, you're about to become the new Archon.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Who knew that was possible?
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Seems pretty vain.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Yeah, you still have to maintain a brave face
I
yourself.
must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Well...
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
This is creepy.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
Oh, I can only imagine how that would go.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor.
That's... yeah, you think?
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Yeah, not even he has that kind of ability. And so now...
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Stand before your own guillotine.
Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
She's even gonna dance her way to death. Yeah. Put on the outfit that you made your own facade wear. Good time showing off for all. Execution complete. And that's all that's left of her. Yeah, meanwhile, the one who you made shoulder this burden, thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish we could. the lead goes out into the storm.
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
And thus the storm came to an end. Well, not quite. I guess they no longer have to worry about primordial seawater anymore. Yeah, no giant conclusive battle against a member of the Harbingers. I mean, we basically had 2 hours of doing stuff and then added on a 2-hour movie on top of that.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Yes, it has.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Oh, it did.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Well, now we don't have a choice, do we?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Yeah, you obtain power?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
And thus, the expectation falls on me.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
That's quite a name.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Do we still have to keep going, though? Like, do I not get a break in the action? Do we have to do this fight now? Like, come on, give me a breather, man. I've already done enough tonight. And most of this did not even involve me having to do any combat. Yep, the boss fight is now.
Do that! It's huge!
Get away from that, at the very least.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going to be able to land a blow on you.
Find a way to attack it from within.
All I also know is that I need to run away from the evil water.
Look for an opening.
How do we land a blow on you? I mean, come on, man.
Stars, shine for me. Leave it all to me.
Now can I hit? Now can I score? I can't tell yet. Okay, now damage is possible. Now damage is possible. Oh, why now? Why now? Destroy the Isle of the Maelstrom. Okay, I don't have those.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Oh, jeez. Where's it gonna show up? Right there. I guess this is where a range would help. Oh, no, 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 what? No, 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 why, no, 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 no. Oh, this was meant to happen, okay.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Let's try and break through this shield, shall we? Yeah, at least now I can have a proper opportunity to hit this guy. Yeah.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
I I must leave no stone unturned.
Oh, get away, get out of the way.
The night is cold.
I'm not working a lot of tactics here right now, currently. Where do I get those powers, though?
Steady as stone.
I roll into it. Try to break the shield. At the very least, I need to get Boots' health back up. That always helps. Maybe overload.
My guiding stars. I must leave no stone unturned.
Oh, come on.
This! The night is cold.
Oh, thank you.
Higher, it's on fire.
So yeah, this is such a huge shield to break through. I know what I'm supposed to use for it, but it's like, how do you properly utilize it?
Lightning flash!
Okay, that counts.
Steady as stone.
Still need to get health back for Al. Okay, that's my go. Got another overload. Ugh. Yeah, almost with the shield.
Leave it all to me.
Hitting.
Not now.
Not activity.
Steady as stone.
Heal. Oh, you escaped.
I'll catch up.
Yeah, how do you use Numa or Uchiha to attack here under this format? Almost with the shield. Almost with the shield.
As a good knight should.
Gotta load up. Gotta re-heal.
My guiding stars.
Not bad.
Don't be scared. If at first you don't succeed,
No.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Can't afford to lose you. Can't afford to lose you. Okay, we actually got her. Or him. Okay, so we're going out. We're transitioning out. Okay, so forced transition. So now is the playing field level then? No, probably not. Yeah, you still have a lot of health. And you can still do a lot of damage. Oh, wait a minute. Who are you? And that was a child just chasing back after it. Oh, is this what the knave looks like without her mask on?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Yeah, meanwhile...
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Wait. Even though it still had a bunch of health, I'm declared to have won?
So you may speak to me as equals.
Yeah, what sort of person would take the narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
To put it mildly.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Some looks.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
Yeah, no kidding.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
That's quite a name.
Huh?
That must be the actual
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
We have now.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
But that means it could just as easily come back.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Oh boy. Little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
So yeah, not even Nuvalet could stop the flood from happening. So after 40 days and 40 nights, and after a bird finds an olive branch to give to Noah on the ark, yeah, you're all still alive.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Yeah, rescue boats have been dispatched. lot of rescuing that's going to need to be done. Well, at the very least, the waters are receding. Oh, the Risley's fancy art finally shows up!
All hands initiate emergency rescue!
Where have you been, young man?
Hurry!
Now get everyone out of there!
Hey, lend a hand!
Yeah, don't let go. Meanwhile, Fremine does his thing. What's he looking for? So he tries to turn over that heavy crate. He tells the net, come over here, I found something. I found more people to bring back.
Look! The water's receding!
Yeah, everything's gonna be waterlogged for a long time. I mean a long time.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Well, you can thank Nubilet for filtering out the water. Separating the good stuff from the bad stuff. Oh, hey there, Hydro Archon. Are you ready to fully embrace your role?
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved.
The prophecy was wrong.
Yeah. The light shines on a new day, young lady. Well, I say young lady, but that's not even remotely close to being accurate. Not even remotely close to being accurate. But yeah, who knew that I was about to end a stream over 2 hours ago, and it ends up going twice as long as usual. More than twice as long, in fact. And now, from the Steambird...
The Soul renewed! The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Yeah, I guess their newspapers are printed on parchment.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Yeah, we just didn't meet them in that capacity, but they've been big shots from the start.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Good idea.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Yeah, the articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Oh, rightfully.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Alright. Well, finale. I don't think so. We've been at this for 4 hours. And I think we all deserve a break after that. We can easily do the climax of the story of Fontaine the next time I stream Genshin Impact. Which for me would likely be on Friday because, as you all know, I am... Actually, it could also be when... No, let me think about this. I'm out of town tomorrow, so it's something that I mentioned in the video that I put out earlier in regards to the final content being released into Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. So I'm going to stream Final Fantasy XIV on Wednesday and then get back to this on Thursday. I think that's the best point in time for me to be able to do that after streaming for over 4 hours plus. It's been so long that an entire football game took place, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are about to beat the Philadelphia Eagles by what looks like a score of 32-9. So, yeah, at the very least, we can... Oh, it is freezing where I am. I'm Canadian, so we've been getting the brunt of this winter weather, which is one of the reasons why I didn't stream at all over the past weekend, was because of that. So, I hope that all of you guys, if you play Final Fantasy XIV, that you enjoy the end game of Endwalker, and that on Wednesday we can show off at least some of that. I'm not going to show off the main story for Endwalker yet. I've explained it in the video that I put out earlier today, and I also hope that you guys take the opportunity to listen to it because it's very important. So I will be back with Genshin Impact on Thursday, and Final Fantasy XIV comes back on Wednesday. We will start to take a look at some of the content introduced in the final patch, but not all of it. So, with that, I'd like to thank everyone for watching this double feature live stream of Let's Play Genshin Impact live here on Twitch. And I'll see you guys back here on Wednesday when we start taking a look at the end content of Endwalker, and then back here on Thursday for the final part of the story of Fontaine here in Genshin Impact. So, thank you very much everyone for watching, and until next time everyone, may you ever walk in the light, and may your rooms and your realms be a lot drier than it was in Fontaine. Take care everyone.